Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The Last Ent of Fangorn. In the fading light of autumn, when the leaves of Fangorn whispered ancient secrets to those who knew how to listen, a small figure knelt in the rich soil of Hobbiton's most prosperous garden. Samwise Gamwich, known throughout the Shire for his almost magical touch with growing things, placed his hands upon a withering rosebush that had, until recently, been the pride of Widow Proudfoot's garden. As his fingers gently caressed the drooping stems, warmth spread from his palms into the plant. The thorny branches quivered, their brown edges retreating as vibrant green life surged through the dying wood. Within moments, buds formed and burst into magnificent crimson blooms that seemed impossible for the late season. "I've never seen anything like it," whispered the widow, her eyes wide with wonder. "It's as if you speak to them somehow." Sam merely smiled, brushing soil from his knees as he stood. At 32 years old, he was considered young among hobbits, with unruly auburn curls that framed a face more solemn than most of his kin. While hobbits were known for their appreciation of growing things, Sam's abilities went beyond mere gardening skill, something he had carefully kept as unremarkable as possible. "Just a bit of old gaffer's wisdom and good compost, ma'am," he replied, though they both knew it was more. That night, as autumn wind rattled the round windows of his modest hobbit hole, Sam dreamt of trees. Not the friendly apple and cherry trees of the Shire, but ancient, towering sentinels with bark like stone and roots that delved into the very heart of Middle-earth. In his dream, a voice deeper than the deepest well and older than the oldest mountain called his name, not his hobbit name, but something else, a name in a language he didn't understand yet somehow recognized in the marrow of his bones. "Loria Lassa," the voice rumbled. "The forest burns. Come." Sam awoke with a start, his nightshirt damp with sweat, despite the cool night. Outside his window, the trees of the old forest seemed to bend toward his home, their branches reaching like beseeching fingers. For a moment, Sam considered pulling his blanket over his head and pretending the dream had never happened. After all, hobbits were not meant for adventures. That much had been established by the cautionary tales of Bilbo and Frodo Baggins, whose departures from the Shire had become legendary warnings. Yet as he rose to close his curtains against the swaying trees, he noticed a small sapling that had not been there the previous evening. It stood barely a foot tall, its silver leaves trembling in the moonlight, utterly unlike any plant native to the Shire. As Sam approached it, the tiny tree bent toward him, and a single leaf detached itself, floating improbably through the air to land in his open palm. When he touched it, visions flooded his mind. A great forest engulfed in flames that burned blue and purple rather than red and orange. Trees screaming in silent agony as they were consumed. And at the heart of the forest, a massive figure, gnarled as an ancient oak, its eyes pools of profound sorrow as it watched its realm perish. "Treebeard," Sam whispered, the name appearing in his mind unbidden. By morning, he had packed a small rucksack with provisions, his most treasured seeds, and a tiny vial of water from the Brandywine River that seemed to make plants grow twice as fast when sparingly applied. He left a note for his neighbors, mentioning a distant cousin in Buckland who needed gardening advice, a believable excuse for a hobbit to temporarily leave his home, though hardly the truth. The journey to Fangorn Forest would have intimidated even the most adventurous hobbit, but Sam found the way mysteriously marked for him. Certain paths seemed to glow faintly in the morning dew, and birds would circle persistently until he chose the correct fork in the road. Even so, it took 12 days of walking, more traveling than Sam had done in all his previous years combined, before the dark, forbidding edge of Fangorn loomed before him. The forest's reputation was well established even in the Shire. Fangorn was ancient beyond reckoning, a place where the trees themselves might grab unwary travelers, where shadows held secrets older than the race of men. Yet as Sam approached, he felt not fear, but a profound sadness emanating from the woods. The outermost trees were already affected by whatever malady plagued the forest. Their leaves curled and blackened at the edges, their bark cracked and weeping dark sap. I don't know what I'm supposed to do," Sam murmured to himself, "but I suppose forward is the only way to find out." He had scarcely taken 3 steps beneath the forest canopy when a slender figure dropped silently from the branches above, landing before him with the grace of falling water. Sam stumbled back with a startled cry, his hand fumbling for the small knife at his belt, a weapon entirely inadequate for the wilderness, but the only one a hobbit gardener might reasonably carry. "Lower your blade, halfling," came a melodious voice. "If I wished you harm, you would not have seen me at all." The figure straightened, pushing back a hood to reveal delicate features framed by hair so pale it seemed spun from moonlight. The pointed ears and luminous eyes marked her clearly as one of the elven folk, though her garments were rough and travel-worn, lacking the elegance typically associated with her kind. "I am Nim," she said, studying Sam with eyes the color of spring leaves. "And you are not what I expected." Sam slowly lowered his knife. "I'm Samwise Gamwich of Hobbiton, and I—" He hesitated, suddenly feeling foolish. "A tree called me, in a dream. I know how that sounds." To his surprise, Nim's expression softened. The ways of the old forest are beyond the understanding of most, yet they chose you. She turned, gesturing deeper into the woods. "Come, Treebeard awaits, and time grows short." As they ventured deeper into Fangorn, Sam witnessed the full extent of the forest's affliction. The mysterious fire did not consume the trees in the conventional sense. There were no open flames, but rather seemed to burn them from within. Trunks glowed with an eerie blue light that pulsed like a heartbeat, and leaves withered and fell, turning to ash before they touched the ground. "What's happening to them?" Sam asked, his heart aching at the trees' silent suffering. "A fire from the deep places," Nim replied, her voice tight with emotion. A darkness awakened that should have remained forever dormant." They walked for hours, the forest growing darker and more oppressive around them. Occasionally, Sam thought he glimpsed movement from the corner of his eye, trees shifting position when he wasn't looking directly at them, their groaning dismissed by Nim as merely the forest's pain. Finally, they reached a circular clearing where the devastation was temporarily held at bay. In the center stood the most remarkable being Sam had ever encountered, a tree-like giant, 3 times the height of a man, with bark-like skin and a beard of moss and twigs. Eyes like deep forest pools regarded the hobbit with ancient wisdom and profound weariness. "Whom?" the being rumbled, his voice like the creaking of great boughs in a storm. So small a creature to bear so great a burden. "This is Treebeard," Nim said unnecessarily. The last of the Ents and guardian of Fangorn. The last? Sam asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Treebeard's face shifted in what might have been a smile, though it held more sorrow than joy. The Entings stopped appearing long ago, little gardener, and the Entwives were lost even before that. Now I alone remain, and soon even I shall be no more if the Heartfire continues to spread. Over a meal of fresh spring water that tasted of sunlight and strange fruits that filled Sam's body with vigor, Treebeard and Nim explained the dire situation. Beneath Fangorn, in the deepest roots of the mountains, a fragment of the Balrog's heart, the same demon that had fallen in Moria, had survived its master's defeat. For centuries it had lain dormant, but recent excavations by displaced creatures, goblins, trolls, and other denizens forced from their homes by the expanding kingdoms of men, had inadvertently awakened it. The heart shard feeds on hatred, Nim explained, her eyes reflecting the glow of the strange phosphorescent fungi that illuminated their shelter. The bitterness of those driven from their lands, the ancient grudges between peoples, it consumes such feelings and grows stronger, sending its fire through the deepest roots of Fangorn. But why call me? Sam asked, feeling smaller and more inadequate by the moment. I'm just a hobbit gardener. No, Treebeard said, his voice like stones rolling down a mountainside. But you are Lorialasa, Golden Leaf, the one foretold to heal the breach between the deep places and the growing things. His enormous eyes fixed on Sam. The earth remembers what people forget, young hobbit. Your gift is rare indeed, not seen since the days when Yavanna herself walked these forests. That night, as Sam lay awake beneath the worried boughs of Treebeard's clearing, Nim approached him quietly. There is something I must tell you, she said, her voice barely audible. Something I have told no other. She knelt beside him, her immortal face strangely vulnerable in the dim light. I am the last descendant of Kurumo, whom your people called Saruman the White. His blood and his shame flow in my veins. Sam sat up, startled. The name Saruman still evoked fear and anger in the Shire, even generations later. Adleen, it was my ancestor who first corrupted these forests, who burned the borderlands and bred the Uruk-hai. She continued, I have spent 300 years trying to undo the damage he caused. Yet now, she gestured to the dying forest around them. Now I fear I may witness the final destruction of what he began to unravel. Before Sam could respond, the ground beneath them trembled. A distant roar echoed through the forest. Not the sound of any living creature, but the voice of the earth itself in pain. It grows stronger, Treebeard groaned, his roots shifting anxiously. The Heartfire spreads. By dawn, it may reach the sacred grove, the last place of power in Fangorn. If it burns, the forest dies completely. Sam looked from the ancient Ent to the haunted elf woman, then down at his own small, soil-stained hands. He was no warrior, no wizard, no hero of legend. He was a hobbit who talked to plants and made roses bloom out of season. Yet something stirred within him. The same something that had answered when the trees called his name in a language he shouldn't understand. Show me, he said quietly. Show me the deepest roots where this fire begins. If I can heal Widow Proudfoot's roses, perhaps I can at least try to heal a forest. As the three unlikely allies descended into the cavernous depths beneath Fangorn's roots, none could have predicted that the small hands of a hobbit gardener would soon grasp both the burning heart of an ancient evil and the wounded soul of a forest, or that in doing so, he would forge a peace that would echo through Middle-earth for ages to come. But that, as they say in the Shire, is another story entirely. Story 2, The silver mist crept through the weather hills like spectral fingers, weaving between ancient stones that had stood sentinel since the elder days. Unlike ordinary fog, this mist moved with purpose, slithering, coiling, advancing ever westward toward the peaceful lands of the Shire. Where it touched, life surrendered its warmth and motion. Birds fell from the sky as perfect stone replicas of themselves, their wings forever outstretched in flight. Deer, caught mid-stride, became garden ornaments of exquisite detail, their eyes wide with final terror. In her cluttered study at Michel Delving, Marigold Took's quill scratched furiously across parchment. The young hobbit scholar's auburn curls were pinned haphazardly atop her head, several rebellious strands framing a face too solemn for her 33 years. The singular granddaughter of the legendary Peregrine Took, she had inherited his curiosity but coupled it with scholarly dedication that would have impressed the librarians of Gondor themselves. It can't be coincidence, she muttered, comparing the unfurled map before her with the ancient tome borrowed from the Matham House archives. The mist follows precisely the boundaries of the old kingdom of Arnor, as if contained by invisible walls that once marked political borders. For 3 weeks, reports had arrived from the east of this advancing phenomenon, each message more urgent than the last. The rangers of the north were the first to sound the alarm, followed by traveling dwarven merchants. Now, the mist had reached the Greenway, and panic stirred even among the usually unflappable hobbits. Marigold's finger traced the elaborate script on the yellowed page. The text was Sindarin, the elegant elvish script detailing an ancient binding spell cast at the dawn of the Third Age. Her translation skills were imperfect, but certain phrases stood out with chilling clarity. The shadow in the deep, bound by 7 seals of starlight, and most worryingly, should the mists rise again, Gothmog stirs in his prison. Gothmog. The name alone sent a shiver down her spine. Lord of the Balrogs, High Captain of Angband, slayer of 2 High Kings of the Noldor. The histories claimed he had fallen in the First Age during the sack of Gondolin, yet this text, written 1,000 years after that event, spoke of his imprisonment rather than his death. A sharp knock at her door startled Marigold from her research. "Enter," she called, hastily covering the most troubling passages with blank parchment. Moscow Brockhouse, the mayor's assistant, poked his round face into the room. "Begging your pardon, Miss Took, but there's an elf asking for you. Says he's come from Rivendell on urgent business." An elf in the Shire was unusual enough to draw crowds, and indeed, when Marigold emerged from the Great Smiles, a gathering of wide-eyed hobbits had formed a respectful circle around the tall visitor. He stood a full 2 heads above the tallest hobbit, his ageless face solemn beneath a hood of midnight blue. "Nimrodel of Imladris," he introduced himself with a formal bow. "I bring word from Lord Elro here. The White Council has convened to address the encroaching mist." Hope flickered in Marigold's heart. Then they understand the danger? About Gothmog? The elf's expression darkened. "I fear not, Miss Took. Your message was received, but the Council believes the mist to be a natural, if unusual, phenomenon. Lord Elro here asked me to convey their appreciation for your vigilance, but to assure you that there is no connection to ancient evils. They think me a foolish hobbit with an overactive imagination," Marigold concluded flatly. Nimrod's silence was confirmation enough. "The mist will reach Buckland in 2 days, perhaps 3, she continued, straightening her shoulders. "If the Council will not act on my warning, then I must investigate further myself. The lands east of Bree are dangerous, even without this phenomenon," Nimrodel cautioned. "This is not a task for a hobbit," she finished, a spark of her grandfather's famous Took fire flashing in her eyes. "My grandfather helped destroy the One Ring when the wise thought it impossible." Sometimes Master Elf, The smallest hands must do what greater powers will not. By dawn, Marigold had packed her satchel with essentials, provisions for a week, her grandfather's old map of Eriador marked with recent mist sightings, a small knife that had once belonged to Pippin Took himself, and most preciously, the ancient tome with its warnings of Gothmog's prison. With a heavy cloak protecting her from the autumn chill, she slipped away from Michel delving before most hobbits had enjoyed their first breakfast. The journey east was uneventful until she reached the Greenway. There, the advancing edge of the mist was visible on the horizon, a shimmering silver wall that undulated like the surface of a lake. Marigold spent a full day observing from a safe distance, noting how the mist seemed to test boundaries, retreating from certain areas marked with ancient standing stones, only to probe forward again elsewhere. On the third night, as she camped in a small copse near an old shepherd's hut, a massive hand clamped over her mouth. Marigold's scream died in her throat as she found herself lifted bodily from her bedroll and carried effortlessly into the darkness. "Not a sound," growled a voice like grinding stones, "unless you wish to greet the dawn as a garden statue." Her captor set her down in a cave entrance hidden behind a veil of willow branches. In the dim light of a small fire, Marigold beheld her abductor and gasped. Well over 7 feet tall, with mottled greenish-grey skin and amber eyes that reflected the firelight like a cat's, he was unmistakably an Uruk, one of the greater orcs bred by Saruman during the War of the Ring. "You're far from home, little hobbit," he rumbled, settling his massive frame across the cave entrance. "These lands are no longer safe for anyone, let alone a halfling scholar." Marigold's fear gave way to curiosity. "You know what I am?" A sound like rocks in a landslide emerged from the creature's chest. A laugh. "Lorgan knows many things the enlightened peoples believe impossible, including that Uruk-hai can choose paths besides evil." He tapped a crude silver pendant hanging from his neck, a star-shaped symbol Marigold recognized from her studies. "You follow the teachings of Rivendell," she breathed in astonishment. "For 20 years now. Since I fled the last warbands and found sanctuary with a blind hermit who judged me by my deeds, not my origins." Lorgan's fearsome features softened momentarily. "But we speak of you, not me. You track the mist, yes, seeking its source." Marigold nodded, then hesitantly pulled the ancient tome from her satchel. "The White Council dismisses my concerns, but this text speaks of Gothmog imprisoned rather than slain. I believe the mist is the physical manifestation of a containment spell that's breaking down." Lorgan's amber eyes widened. "Gothmog," he whispered, the name seeming to darken the cave despite the fire. "The Great Destroyer." He studied Marigold with new respect. "You are either the bravest or most foolish hobbit since Frodo Baggins." By morning, an unlikely alliance had formed. Lorgan knew the hills intimately and had tracked the mist to a hidden valley where it seemed thickest. Together, they made their way cautiously east, keeping to high ground where the mist had not yet reached. On the 6th day of their journey, they crested a hill overlooking a valley shrouded entirely in the silver mist. At its center stood a crumbling tower of black stone, a remnant of ancient Arnor, its battlements wrapped in writhing tendrils of fog so thick they obscured the structure's upper reaches. The Tower of Aemon Sul, Lorgan identified it. Weathertop, in the common tongue, once a proud watchtower of the Northern Kingdom, and now the epicenter of our doom, Marigold murmured. As they watched, hooded figures emerged from the tower's base, 7 in all, each bearing a staff that pulsed with sickly green light. They formed a circle and began a chant that carried to Marigold's ears despite the distance, raising the hair on the back of her neck. "Wizards, Lorgan growled. "Renegades, not wizards," Marigold corrected, her scholarly knowledge asserting itself. "The Istari left Middle-earth long ago." "These must be sorcerers of the cult of Morgoth, men who sought the dark knowledge of the enemy after his fall." The chanting grew louder, and the mist around the tower began to swirl more violently, forming a vortex that reached toward the clouds. At its heart, something dark and terrible began to take shape, a shadow with form, a fire that did not illuminate but consumed light itself. "They're trying to harness his power," Marigold realized with horror. "They believe they can control Gothmog and use his power to restore Numenor's glory." "Fools!" Lorgan spat. "No mortal can control a Balrog, let alone their lord." They descended cautiously into the valley, keeping to the shadows at the edge of the mist. As they drew closer to the tower, the air grew hot and sulphurous. Twice they had to freeze in place as robed sentries passed by, their eyes glazed with fervent purpose. In the ruins surrounding the tower's base, they discovered an ancient chamber, its walls inscribed with markings that matched those in Marigold's tome. At the center of the room sat a harp of silver and crystal, untouched by time, its strings glowing with a soft blue light. "The harp of Maglor," Marigold whispered in awe, recognizing it from ancient tales. "One of the sons of Feanor, who sang laments by the sea until the breaking of the world. His harp was said to have the power to bind and unbind fate itself." Before she could stop herself, Marigold's fingers brushed the strings. A single, perfect note rang out, clear as starlight and sharp as grief. Instantly, the mist near them shuddered and retreated, creating a sphere of clarity around them. "The binding spell," she realized. "The harp controls it somehow." Outside, shouts of alarm rose from the sorcerers. Their chanting faltered, as the mist they were trying to harness suddenly obeyed a different master. "Play it again!" Lorgan urged, keeping watch at the chamber entrance. Marigold's small fingers danced across the strings, drawing forth a melody she somehow knew without learning, an ancient song of binding and keeping. With each note, the mist retreated further, revealing the valley in its natural state. But as her song continued, she felt something else, a presence awakening deep beneath the tower, a malevolence so ancient and terrible that her breath caught in her throat. "Each note dispels the mist," she said, her voice shaking, "but weakens the deeper bindings that hold Gothmog imprisoned. The sorcerers have been using the mist as a tool, drawing on its power without understanding its purpose." Lorgan growled, a sound like distant thunder. "Then we face an impossible choice. Allow the mist to spread and turn all living things to stone, or dispel it and risk awakening the Balrog Lord." Footsteps approached the chamber, the sorcerers, drawn by the harp's music. Marigold's fingers hovered over the strings as the terrible choice loomed before her: save the Shire and doom the world, or sacrifice her beloved homeland to keep an ancient evil bound. In that moment, as if in answer to her unspoken question, a new melody came to her, not of binding or unbinding, but of transformation. Her fingers moved of their own accord, drawing forth notes that spoke of stone returning to flesh, of mist becoming cleansing rain, of darkness reformed into twilight. As the first sorcerer burst into the chamber, a blast of pure white light erupted from the harp, throwing him back against the wall. The melody grew in complexity and power until the very stones of the tower hummed with resonance. Above them, the swirling vortex of mist began to change, its silver hue warming to gold, then to the soft blue of a summer sky. "What are you doing?" Lorgan gasped, shielding his eyes from the intensifying light. "Rewriting the binding," Marigold replied, her voice distant with wonder. "Not to imprison, but to transform. The final note hung in the air like a physical presence, and then a great clap of thunder shook the tower to its foundations. The mist, all of it, from horizon to horizon, collapsed into gentle rain that smelled of spring and new beginnings. Where the dark shadow had begun to form within the vortex, a brilliant star now shone, pulsing once, twice, 3 times before shooting upward into the heavens, leaving a trail of sparkling light that slowly faded. Marigold slumped forward, her small hands finally still on the silent harp. "It is done," she whispered, "not destroyed, but remade." Even the darkest spirit can find redemption, given enough time and the right song. As they emerged from the tower, the sorcerers lay unconscious around them, their staffs nothing but ordinary wood now. The rain had stopped, and where the mist had turned creatures to stone, living beings now stood or lay, dazed but alive, the curse reversed. Lorgan looked down at his diminutive companion with newfound respect. "And the Shire will never know how close it came to destruction, or that it was saved by one of its own." Marigold smiled, tucking her grandfather's map back into her satchel. "That's quite all right," she replied. "After all, the best stories are those that seem too fantastical to be believed. And hobbits have never much cared for adventure stories anyway." But as they began the long journey home, a shooting star blazed across the night sky, the transformed spirit of Gothmog, now a guardian rather than a destroyer, and Marigold knew that some stories, whether believed or not, would echo through the ages in ways even the wisest could not foresee. Story 3. Dawn broke over the rolling hills of Hobbiton, painting the dewy grass in hues of amber and gold. Tomwise Burrows stood knee-deep in the rich soil of his eastern field, a furrow creasing his brow. The plough had struck something hard, not unusual in the rocky soil of the East Farthing, but the metallic ring that echoed through the morning air was decidedly uncommon. Brushing aside earth with calloused fingers, Tomwise unearthed a fragment of metal unlike any he had seen before. No larger than his palm, the shard gleamed with an inner light that seemed to defy the early morning shadows. Strange runes etched along its edge pulsed faintly, as if breathing with ancient power. "Steel," he murmured, turning the fragment in the sunlight. But not like any I've seen from the smithy in Bywater." The hobbit slipped the curious finding into his pocket, intending to show it to Hamfast Goodchild, the elderly hobbit who kept the village records and knew more about the world beyond the Shire than most. But as Tomwise resumed his ploughing, a shadow passed overhead, too large for any bird, too silent for any natural creature. Looking up, he glimpsed a winged shape against the sun, its outline reminiscent of stories told around winter fires, stories of creatures thought long vanished from Middle-earth. 3 days later, as Tomwise sat in his garden enjoying an evening pipe, the piece of metal in his pocket suddenly grew warm. Pulling it out, he gasped as the fragment illuminated with a blue-white radiance, the runes now glowing like captured starlight. In that moment, the ground beneath Hobbiton trembled. Dogs throughout the village began to howl, and somewhere in the distance a horn sounded, deep and ominous, like the call of forgotten kingdoms. That night, dreams plagued the humble hobbit, visions of a majestic city of white stone crumbling beneath a tide of shadow. A king with a star upon his brow lying motionless upon a marble bier, his body neither dead nor truly alive, suspended in some terrible half-existence. And most disturbing of all, a broken sword, its scattered fragments calling to one another across the vastness of Middle-earth. Tomwise woke with a start as something heavy struck his roof. The thatch above him bulged downward as whatever had landed began to move. With trembling hands, he seized a kitchen knife and crept toward the door, heart hammering against his ribs. The door burst open before he reached it, revealing a figure silhouetted against the night sky, broad-shouldered and armored, far too tall to be a hobbit. "You bear the shard," a voice rumbled, deep and feminine despite its strength. "Ooh, relinquish it, halfling, before they come for you." As the figure stepped into the lantern light, Tomwise beheld a dwarf woman with intricate braids threaded through her auburn beard. Her armor bore the mountain sigil of Erebor, though it was partially concealed beneath a travel-stained cloak. A great axe hung across her back, its edge gleaming wickedly. "I am Thrain, daughter of Dain," she announced, hand extended. "And you hold the key to salvation or doom for all the free peoples of Middle-earth." Before Tomwise could respond, a bone-chilling screech pierced the night, a sound that awakened racial memories in the hobbit's blood. Memories of a darker time when shadow wraiths had hunted the bearer of the ring through these very lands. "They have found us," Thrain hissed, seizing Tomwise by the collar and dragging him toward the door. "The fragment calls to them as it called to me. We must flee now." The next moments passed in a blur as Tomwise was practically carried from his home, the dwarf princess moving with surprising speed despite her heavy armor. They fled through the sleeping village, past the mill and over the water, into the shelter of the woods beyond. Behind them, a dark shape descended upon Tomwise's empty hobbit hole, tearing away the roof as easily as a child might pluck petals from a daisy. "Nazgul!" Thrain spat as they paused for breath in the depths of the wood. "One of the 9, though they were thought destroyed when the ring perished." "Nazgul," Tomwise's voice cracked with fear. "But that's impossible!" "The stories say they were unmade when the Dark Lord fell. So we all believed," Thrain replied grimly. "Yet one has survived, and it hunts for what you carry. The last shard of Narsil, the blade that cut the ring from Sauron's hand, the sword that was broken and reforged as Andúril, Flame of the West, which King Elisar wielded in the War of the Ring." Tomwise pulled the fragment from his pocket. In the darkness of the forest, it glowed with an inner fire, casting the surrounding trees in ghostly relief. "But Narsil was reforged," he protested. "The histories are clear. Elrond of Rivendell remade it for Aragorn before the Fellowship departed." Thrain's eyes reflected the fragment's glow as she stared at it with mingled reverence and trepidation. Not all pieces were recovered. One small shard was lost during the original breaking, or perhaps hidden deliberately. The lore masters of Erebor believe it contains powers the others did not, powers tied to the very foundations of Middle-earth. Over the days that followed, an unlikely fellowship formed as Tomwise and Thrain traveled eastward. The hobbit learned that the dwarf princess traveled in disguise, having left her mountain kingdom against her father's wishes after receiving prophetic dreams about the fragment. The shard, she explained, was not merely a piece of an ancient sword. It was a key to an even older power, one that predated even the forging of the rings. The fragment contains the key to the Vault of Stars beneath Moria, Thrain revealed as they made camp on the borders of the old forest. A chamber sealed since the First Age, where the greatest treasures of my people were hidden from Morgoth's grasp. Among them, artifacts of such power they could restore a dying kingdom to glory or doom it to darkness if misused. And that's why you seek it. "For Erebor's glory?" Tomwise asked, watching the dwarf's face carefully. Thrain's weathered features softened momentarily. "My people starve, halfling. A great blight has struck our crops, and the mines yield less each year. The old alliances fade as men grow ever more mistrustful of those different from themselves. This winter may be Erebor's last, unless we find help beyond our own strength." The hobbit nodded, understanding all too well the desperation that drove the princess. Though the Shire remained peaceful and prosperous, news had reached even their isolated lands of hardships in the eastern kingdoms. Something had changed in the world, a subtle darkening, as if the shadow of Mordor had not been fully vanquished, but merely transformed. Their journey took them through landscapes of fading grandeur, ancient forests where the trees whispered secrets in forgotten tongues, ruins of watchtowers where the kingdoms of men had once stood vigilant against the darkness. Each night, the shard's glow intensified, and Tomwise's dreams grew more vivid. He saw the white city of Minas Tirith, its pennants drooping in still air. At its heart, in the House of Kings, Aragorn LSR lay in state, not dead, yet not alive, suspended in enchanted sleep while his queen, the immortal Arwen, kept a timeless vigil at his side. 7 days into their journey, as they crossed the ancient East Road, they encountered a solitary rider clothed in the silver and white of Gondor. The man's face was grim beneath his winged helm, his eyes haunted with visions none should bear. "Hail, travelers," he called, reining his lathered steed before them. "I seek a hobbit who carries a fragment of the king's sword. The Queen Undomiel has seen him in her mirror." Thrain's hand moved to her axe, but Tomwise stepped forward, something in the rider's countenance commanding truth. "I am he," the hobbit admitted, "though I found it by chance and know little of its purpose." Relief washed over the rider's face. "Then there is yet hope. I am Eldarion, son of Aragorn and Arwen, crown prince of the reunited kingdom. My father lies enthralled by a sleep none can break, victim of an ancient promise." "What promise could bind the king so thoroughly?" Thrain demanded, suspicion edging her tone. Eldarion dismounted, his movements betraying exhaustion beyond mere physical weariness. "The day before his coronation, my father swore to my mother that they would not be parted by the doom of men, that he would find a way to share her immortality, or she his mortality, that they might face the same fate together. For decades, the oath remained unfulfilled, until my father discovered texts speaking of the halls of Mandos and the boundaries between life and death. He attempted to breach the veil," Tomwise whispered, the pieces of his dreams suddenly aligning. "To change the gift of men," Eldarion nodded gravely. In his love-driven folly, he sought to rewrite the music of Ainur itself. He journeyed in secret to the Silent Street and opened a doorway that should have remained closed. Now he sleeps, his spirit caught between worlds, while the barriers between realms grow thin. The dead walk in the White Mountains, and shadow creatures thought banished forever have returned to prey upon the living, including the Nazgul, Thrain added grimly. "One, at least," Eldarion confirmed. "And to the Witch King of Angmar, greatest of the Nine, whose prophesied doom left a loophole none foresaw. Not by the hand of man shall he fall," the words stated, and indeed, he fell to a woman of Rohan and a halfling's blade. Yet the prophecy spoke nothing of his rising again. They made camp that night within a circle of ancient standing stones, the prince's knowledge of old words of warding providing some protection against the hunting wraith. As moonlight bathed the weathered megaliths, Eldarion revealed the full measure of their quest. "The missing shard is the key," he explained, his fingers tracing the runes on the fragment Tomwise had reluctantly surrendered for his inspection. When Narsil was reforged, this piece, containing the spell of binding that held the sword's full power in check, was deliberately excluded. The elven smiths feared its inclusion would make Anduril too powerful, a temptation to even the purest heart. "And your father now needs that power?" Thrain asked. "Not his power, but his release," Eldarion corrected. "The complete sword, held by one of pure heart, can sever the enchantment that holds my father between worlds. But more importantly, it can reseal the doorway he opened, before the Nazgul can use it to bring back its fallen brethren. Or worse." Tomwise sat silent, turning over the prince's words in his mind. he was no hero, no warrior like Frodo or Samwise of old. He was a simple hobbit farmer who had never ventured beyond the borders of the Shire before this mad adventure began. Yet here he sat, holding a fragment of legend in his palm, the fate of kingdoms somehow resting upon his small shoulders. "Why me?" he finally asked. "Why was the shard buried in my field? Why did it call to me?" Eldarion's gaze was piercing, seeing beyond the hobbit's humble exterior to something deeper. The shard chooses its bearer, Master Tomwise. As the ring once chose Bilbo Baggins, as Sting chose Frodo. The greatest powers of Middle-earth have always found their way to the smallest hands, perhaps because only those who desire power least are fit to wield it wisely. The journey to Minas Tirith would be long and fraught with peril. The Nazgul hunted them relentlessly, and other servants of the growing darkness gathered to bar their path. Yet as Tomwise clutched the glowing fragment, feeling its warmth pulse in time with his own heartbeat, a strange certainty filled him. This was his road, however unlikely. The sword shard had slept in his field for generations, waiting for the moment when the kingdoms of men would need the small, steady hands of a hobbit to guide them back from the brink of shadow. "I'll help you," he said simply, meeting the prince's gaze. "Though I don't know how." Eldarion smiled, the first true smile since they had met him. "None of us ever do, Master Hobbit. We simply take the next step on the road before us and trust that courage will find us when we need it most." In the sky above them, stars blazed with ancient light, witnesses to an age of legends not yet finished, and to the small beginnings of great deeds yet to come. Story 4. The last golden leaf of Lorelin trembled in the autumn breeze, clinging desperately to its branch like a final whisper of a forgotten song. Once the great Malon had stood as the crown jewel of Rivendell's eastern gardens, its golden canopy catching the light of both sun and stars in eternal splendor. Now, only this solitary leaf remained, its siblings having fallen one by one over the past 7 moons, each descent marked with solemn ceremony by the dwindling number of elves who still called the last homely house their dwelling. Lord Elrond, half-elven, stood beneath the dying tree, his once commanding posture now slightly stooped, the weight of fading magic etched upon his ageless face like fine cracks in ancient porcelain. His eyes, which had witnessed 3 ages of Middle-earth, narrowed as he observed the trembling leaf. "It will fall before the next new moon," came a voice like wind through summer leaves. Arwen Undomiel approached, her luminous beauty somehow enhanced by the sorrow that draped her like a veil. "The magic wanes faster than we anticipated, Father." Elrond's hand reached out, not quite touching the golden trunk. "Then we have no choice. Send for the halfling." In Hobbiton, beneath the rolling green hills of the Shire, Bilbo Sokola sat surrounded by scrolls and tomes borrowed from the Matham House archives. At 67, he was considered middle-aged by Hobbit reckoning, though the silver threading his chestnut curls and the reading spectacles perched upon his nose made him appear older. Unlike most hobbits, whose interests rarely extended beyond the borders of their gardens, Bilbo had developed an unusual fascination with ancient languages, particularly the flowing script of the elves and the angular runes of the dwarves. His fellow hobbits tolerated this eccentricity with good-natured bewilderment. After all, what practical use could there be in deciphering dusty symbols from ages past? But Bilbo found endless wonder in giving voice to words that had slumbered in silence for millennia, as if each translation awakened some small magic from the elder days. The unexpected knock at his round blue door came just as twilight painted the western sky in hues of amber and violet. Bilbo raised his head, blinking owlishly as the sound pulled him from deep concentration on a particularly challenging passage of ancient Quenya. "Coming, coming," he muttered, marking his place with a ribbon before shuffling to the door. The figure standing on his threshold was too tall to be a hobbit, too slender to be a man, and too solid to be a wraith, though the deepening shadows played tricks with Bilbo's eyes. The stranger's cloak shimmered with subtle patterns that seemed to shift when viewed directly, and beneath the hood, starlight gleamed in ancient eyes. Bilbo Sakola. The voice was melodious, with the lilting accent of Rivendell. "At your service," Bilbo replied automatically, offering a small bow despite his confusion. The elf lowered his hood, revealing features of such ethereal perfection that Bilbo momentarily forgot to breathe. "I am Lindir of the House of Elrond. My lord bids you come to Imladris with all haste. Your skill with the Elder Tongues is required." Bilbo's heart leapt into his throat. "Rivendell? Me?" His eyes darted to the cluttered table behind him, where fragments of translations lay scattered like autumn leaves. "But I'm merely a hobbit amateur." "Surely Lord Elrond has more accomplished scholars at his disposal." Lindir's expression remained serene, but something like urgency flickered in his ancient eyes. "It is not despite your being a hobbit that we seek you, Master Sakola, but because of it. There are runes beneath Imladris that respond only to smaller hands." The journey to Rivendell passed in a blur of breathtaking vistas and evening campfires. Bilbo, who had never ventured farther than Bree before this unexpected adventure, found himself crossing the Brandywine, traversing the haunted barrows of ancient Arnor, and finally ascending the hidden valley where Rivendell nestled like a jewel amid the encircling mountains. Under normal circumstances, Bilbo would have been overwhelmed with wonder at his first sight of the last homely house, with its graceful arches and towers that seemed to grow organically from the living rock. But the Rivendell that greeted him bore little resemblance to the descriptions he had read in old texts. The waterfalls still cascaded down the valley walls, but their music seemed muted, their spray no longer catching rainbows in the sunlight. The elegant buildings stood as beautiful as ever, but many windows remained dark, and gardens that should have bloomed with unearthly flowers lay withered and grey. Lindir led him directly to Lord Elrond's study, a circular chamber whose walls were lined with scrolls and tomes that made Bilbo's modest collection seem like a child's picture books by comparison. The elven lord rose from behind an ornate desk inlaid with mother-of-pearl and silver filigree. "Master Sakola," Elrond greeted him, placing a hand over his heart in the elven manner. "Your coming brings hope to Imladris, when hope has grown scarce as summer snow." Bilbo bowed deeply, fighting the urge to stammer in the presence of one who had witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms long before the Shire was established. "I am honored, my lord, though I confess I don't understand how I might be of service to the wisest lore masters in Middle-earth." Elrond gestured toward the windows, where the skeletal branches of the once golden tree could be seen silhouetted against the evening sky. "The magic that sustains Imladris is failing, Master Hobbit. With each leaf that falls from Lorelindorinan, the enchantments that have protected this valley for 3 millennia grow weaker." "But why?" Bilbo asked, momentarily forgetting his awe in the face of genuine curiosity. "Because something stirs beneath us," came a new voice from the doorway. Bilbo turned to see a tall, grey-cloaked figure with a sweeping beard and eyes that twinkled with starlight beneath bushy brows. "Gandalf!" the hobbit exclaimed, recognizing the wizard from his occasional visits to the Shire. "Well met, Bilbo Sakola." Gandalf nodded, leaning on his gnarled staff. "Though I wish our reunion came in happier times." That night, in the Hall of Fire, Bilbo learned the full measure of Rivendell's plight. Beneath the foundations of the last homely house, deep in caverns older than the valley itself, lay Faranir, the last of the great dragons of the First Age, who had been bound in enchanted sleep by Elrond himself during the Elder Days. Not all dragons served the dark powers willingly, Elrond explained, his voice carrying despite its softness. Faranir was among those who resisted Morgoth's corruption. When his kin fell one by one to the darkness or to the blades of heroes, he sought sanctuary here, knowing his mere presence would eventually draw enemies to our gates. I helped forge the enchantment that sent him into dreamless sleep, Gandalf added, smoke rings from his pipe forming intricate shapes above their heads. Under kindness, we thought, until an age might come when dragons could walk freely without fear or suspicion. But now that enchantment weakens, Bilbo reasoned, as the tree dies and magic fades from Middle-earth. Elrond nodded gravely. If Faranir awakens unprepared, confused and afraid after millennia of slumber, the destruction would be immeasurable, whether he wished it or not. And if the wrong hands reach him first... Gandalf left the thought unfinished, his eyes troubled. Bilbo frowned. You mentioned runes that respond to smaller hands. What exactly does that mean? Lindir unrolled an ancient scroll across the table. The parchment was weathered nearly to transparency, covered in symbols that shifted between Elvish script and something older, more angular, a writing system Bilbo had never encountered in all his studies. The binding chamber lies sealed beneath the roots of Lorelindorinen, Elrond explained. The doorway will admit none of elvish blood, for it was fashioned thus to prevent any who might be seduced by a dragon's power from disturbing the sleep. A wise precaution, Gandalf murmured. Even the wisest among the firstborn are not immune to a dragon's influence. These runes, Bilbo breathed, leaning closer to the script. They're neither elvish nor dwarvish, yet somehow... Both. They are Noldolme, Elrond confirmed, the secret script of the great smith Celebrimbor, who helped forge the Rings of Power. He assisted in designing the binding chamber, incorporating safeguards even I was not fully privy to. Bilbo's fingers hovered over the parchment, tracing the shapes in the air. This passage speaks of the smallest bearer with the stoutest heart, and something about a twilight of dominion. Gandalf and Elrond exchanged meaningful glances. You see, the wizard said quietly, already he deciphers what has eluded even Elrond's translation. Dawn found Bilbo standing before an unremarkable stone wall in the deepest cellar beneath Rivendell. To the untrained eye, the surface appeared smooth and featureless, but Bilbo's keen sight, sharpened by years of squinting at faded manuscripts, detected the faintest etching of runes spiraling out from a central point. The keystone will yield only to one who speaks the opening words with pure intent, Elrond instructed. Only we believe that one must be you, Master Sokola. Bilbo swallowed hard, acutely aware of how far he stood from his cozy hobbit hole and comfortable armchair. And if I open this door, what then? Then you must enter the binding chamber and reweave the enchantment, Gandalf explained, placing a compassionate hand on the hobbit's shoulder. The words are here. He tapped the scroll Bilbo clutched, but the voice must be new. One Faranir has never heard before, one unlikely to command or dominate. A hobbit voice, Bilbo whispered, understanding dawning. Because we have no magic, no history with dragons, and because your kind possesses a remarkable resilience to enchantment and corruption, Elrond added. A quality I have long admired in the Shire folk. Bilbo's hand trembled slightly as he reached toward the wall. The moment his fingertips touched the stone, the faint runes blazed to life with silver fire, spreading outward in concentric circles until the entire wall shimmered with eldritch light. Words formed in his mind, unbidden, rising to his lips in a language he had never spoken, yet somehow knew. Uedro I annon celebrimbor otulature, he intoned, his ordinary hobbit voice suddenly resonant with power. Nai vanima lumbule faranirwa tanamet. The stone dissolved like morning mist before the sun, revealing a spiraling staircase that descended into unfathomed depths. A warm draught carried upward, bearing the faint scent of cinnamon and smoke, the unmistakable presence of dragon. You must go alone, Gandalf said softly. The enchantment forbids our entry. Bilbo nodded, summoning courage from some hidden reserve he hadn't known he possessed. With the scroll clutched to his chest like a shield, he took his first step downward. The staircase seemed endless, winding deeper beneath the valley than Bilbo thought possible. The walls around him gradually changed from worked stone to natural crystal that glowed with soft inner light. After what felt like hours, the steps finally opened into a vast cavern whose ceiling arched so high above that it was lost in shadow. In the center of the chamber lay Faramir. Even in repose, the dragon was magnificent beyond anything in Bilbo's imaginings. Larger than 3 hobbit holes placed end to end, his scales shimmered with iridescent colors that shifted between gold, copper, and deepest crimson. His great wings were folded against his sides, and his serpentine neck curled around so that his massive head rested upon clawed forelegs. Unlike the fearsome beasts of hobbit nursery tales, Faramir's features held a nobility that transcended mere animal majesty, an intelligence and wisdom etched into every line of his ancient face. Most disconcerting of all, however, was the dragon's eye, partially open, a sliver of brilliant amber visible beneath the lid, tracking Bilbo's approach with unmistakable awareness. He's already waking, Bilbo whispered to himself, fighting the urge to flee back up the stairs. Instead, he forced himself forward until he stood directly before the dragon's snout, close enough to feel the warm puffs of breath from nostrils large enough to swallow him whole. Unrolling the scroll with shaking hands, Bilbo began to recite the incantation Elrond had marked. The words felt heavy on his tongue, laden with power beyond his understanding. As he spoke, the crystal walls pulsed in rhythm with his voice, and threads of golden light began to weave themselves around the dragon's form. Faramir's eye opened wider, fixing Bilbo with a gaze of terrible intelligence. A voice that was not a voice, more thought than sound, brushed against the hobbit's mind. "Little one," it murmured, "would you bind me again to dreamless sleep when the world above changes beyond recognition? Would you deny me the sky once more?" Bilbo faltered, the next words of the incantation dying on his lips. You can speak. I have spoken with kings and beggars across 2 ages of this world, came the reply, tinged with ancient sorrow, though never before with one of your kind. What name do you bear, small one who would be my jailer? Bilbo Sokola, he answered, propriety overcoming fear, of Hobbiton in the Shire. And I don't wish to be anyone's jailer, but Lord Elrond fears what might happen if you wake fully while the magic of Rivendell fades. A sound like distant thunder rumbled through the cavern, the dragon's contemplative hum. Elrond half-elven has kept faith these many centuries, but his time in Middle-earth draws to its close, as does the dominion of his kind. What comes next need not be darkness. The golden threads of the partial enchantment still hovered in the air between them, neither advancing nor retreating. Bilbo glanced down at the remaining words of the binding, then back at the magnificent creature before him. If you were to wake fully, he ventured, what would you do? Faramir's eye gleamed with something that might have been amusement. Fly, little scholar. fly among the stars, and taste the wind again. And perhaps, if a certain hobbit were willing, show him vistas no book could ever capture. In that moment, standing before the ancient dragon as golden magic danced around them, Bilbo Sokola made a choice that would change the course of his life and the fate of Rivendell forever. Instead of completing the binding enchantment, he began to translate a different section of the scroll, words of awakening rather than slumber, of liberation rather than constraint. Echuyo Faranir Iveleg, he intoned, Tolo Danna Galad. The crystal cavern blazed with light as the dragon stretched his massive wings for the first time in an age of the world. Above, in the gardens of Rivendell, the last golden leaf of Laurelin Doranan finally released its hold, but as it spiraled toward the earth, it burst into flame, and from its ashes rose a seedling that reached toward the sky with impossible speed, unfurling new golden leaves that caught the light of both sun and stars. The magic of Rivendell was changing, not ending, and a most unlikely friendship had just begun. Story 5. Deep within the cavernous halls of Erebor, where shadow and flame had once danced in dreadful harmony during the reign of Smaug the Terrible, new shadows now stirred. The lonely mountain stood sentinel against the eastern sky as it had for countless ages, its jagged peak piercing the heavens like a dagger thrust into the heart of the world. Inside its labyrinthine depths, generations of dwarves had carved kingdoms from living stone, their hammers singing ancient songs of creation against the mountain's bones. It was in these hallowed depths that Frodo Bolsero II found himself hopelessly lost. The young hobbit pressed his back against the cool stone wall, listening intently for any sound of pursuit. His heart hammered in his chest with such ferocity that he feared the dwarven guards might hear it echoing through the abandoned mining tunnels. Torchlight flickered distantly from intersecting corridors. But here in this forgotten passage, only darkness reigned. Frodo had not intended to venture so deep. His initial invitation to Erebor had been innocent enough, a diplomatic gesture from King Thorin IV to the Shire folk on the centennial of Bilbo Baggins' famous journey. As the great-grandnephew of Frodo the Ringbearer, he had been chosen to represent Hobbiton, despite his own misgivings. Unlike his illustrious ancestor, this Frodo preferred books to adventures, and had never imagined setting foot beyond the borders of the Shire, much less delving into the legendary halls beneath the lonely mountain. Yet something had called to him, a whisper that seemed to emanate from the very stone itself, drawing him away from the official delegation and into increasingly deserted tunnels. The rational part of his mind had protested, but his feet had followed the siren song nonetheless, descending through passages untrodden for generations. Now, clutched in his trembling hand, the source of that call gleamed with unnatural brilliance. An opal ring, its surface shifting with colors that had no names in any mortal tongue. He had found it half buried in the dust of an abandoned treasury chamber, unremarkable at first glance among scattered coins and forgotten trinkets. Only when his fingers had closed around it had the stone awakened, pulsing with an inner light that seemed to synchronize with his own heartbeat. "I should never have taken it," he whispered to the darkness. "Never have come at all." As if in response to his words, the opal flared suddenly brighter. Within its swirling depths, images formed, terrible visions of an army vast beyond counting, wreathed in shadow so profound it seemed to devour light itself. At their head rode a figure of nightmare, crowned with twisted horns, its face a void in which stars were born and died. The army marched relentlessly westward, toward the lands of men, toward the Shire. Frodo gasped, nearly dropping the ring as the vision faded. Each time these glimpses of doom appeared, they grew more detailed, more imminent. They had begun as mere flashes, impressions rather than images, but now they unfolded like memories of events he had witnessed personally. A rumble of deep voices echoed down the corridor, jolting Frodo from his terrified reverie. The dwarven guards were drawing closer. He had been discovered in the restricted treasury, and in the eyes of the Mountain Kingdom, he was now a thief, or worse, a defiler of sacred ground. The fact that he had taken only this single ring would matter little to the proud descendants of Durin. Gathering his courage, Frodo slipped the ring into his waistcoat pocket and darted down a narrow side passage. The tunnels grew rougher here, transitioning from the precision-crafted corridors of the upper levels to more utilitarian mining shafts. Distantly, he heard shouts of alarm. His escape had been noted. After what felt like hours of desperate navigation through the mountain's veins, Frodo glimpsed a faint glow ahead that differed from the warm amber of dwarven torches. Following it, he emerged onto a narrow ledge overlooking the eastern slopes. Night had fallen while he wandered the mountain's depths, and a blanket of stars stretched above him, indifferent to his plight. The mountain face below the ledge descended in a treacherous scree slope, but it offered his only chance of escape. With a silent prayer to whatever powers might be listening, Frodo began the perilous descent. Dawn found him huddled in a shallow cave at the mountain's base, exhausted and battling the bitter cold of early spring in the northern wilds. The ring in his pocket felt heavier than its size should allow, and occasionally he caught it whispering in a language he almost understood, older than Elvish, more primal than the black speech of Mordor. A shadow fell across the cave entrance. Frodo scrambled backward, fumbling for the small knife at his belt, a ceremonial gift from the mayor of Myshel Delving, never intended for actual combat. A halfling, this far from the gentle hills of home, came a voice like gravel over steel, either very brave or very foolish. The figure that ducked into the cave stood nearly twice Frodo's height, broad-shouldered and clad in leather armor adorned with crude iron plates. His skin bore the greenish-grey hue of the Uruk-hai, though his features seemed less bestial than the monsters of hobbit children's tales. A jagged scar ran from his left temple to the corner of his mouth, pulling his expression into a permanent half-snarl. "I mean no harm," Frodo stammered, knife still raised. "I'm simply passing through." The orc's laugh was surprisingly melodious, though tinged with bitterness. "As am I, little one." "As am I." He settled his massive frame at the cave's entrance, effectively blocking any escape. "I am Darin, son of Grishnak, once captain of the western host of Mordor, and you are a thief running from dwarf justice." Frodo's blood ran cold. "How could you know that? The mountain has been in uproar since midnight. Word travels quickly among those who dwell in the shadows. They say a hobbit diplomat defiled their sacred treasury and stole an artifact of great power." Darin's amber eyes gleamed in the dim light. "Show me." Something in the orc's tone made refusal seem impossible. Slowly, Frodo withdrew the opal ring from his pocket. Immediately, the cave filled with its ethereal light, colors dancing across the rough stone walls like aurora. Darin inhaled sharply, an unmistakable expression of recognition crossing his scarred features. "The Sentinel Star," he breathed. "I thought it merely legend." "You know of this ring?" Frodo asked, suddenly hopeful. "My father spoke of it. An artifact from the First Age, before even Sauron rose to power." Darin's voice dropped to a reverent whisper. "But it was forged as a warning beacon against a darkness older and fouler than any your people have encountered. The Shadow Lord of Utumno, First Lieutenant of Morgoth, Master of the Void Between Worlds." As if responding to the name, the opal flared brightly, and both hobbit and orc witnessed the same vision of the shadow army and its crowned commander. When it faded, Frodo found himself trembling uncontrollably. "It has been showing me these visions since I found it," he confessed. "An army marching westward." "Not visions," Darin corrected grimly. "Warnings. The ring senses the awakening of its ancient enemy." He studied Frodo with newfound intensity. "It chose you, halfling. After lying dormant for centuries in dwarven halls, it called to you specifically." Frodo shook his head in disbelief. "But why? I'm no one, not a warrior or wizard. Not even an adventurous hobbit. Perhaps that is precisely why." Darin's expression softened marginally. "My people were corrupted by Sauron's influence, twisted into weapons of destruction. Since his fall, some of us have sought redemption, hoping to reclaim the honor stolen from our ancestors. I have spent decades searching for a way to undo the lasting damage of Mordor's shadow." He gestured toward the ring. "This may be that chance." A commotion outside interrupted their conversation, the unmistakable sound of dwarven search parties combing the lower slopes. Darin moved swiftly to the cave entrance, assessing their options. "We must flee eastward," he decided. "There is a hidden pass through the Iron Hills where we might lose pursuit." "We?" Frodo questioned, caught between fear of this imposing orc and the even greater fear of facing his predicament alone. Darin's answering smile was grim but not unkind. "Our paths are entwined now, little guardian. The ring has seen to that." Their journey across the eastern plains was fraught with perils. Dwarven pursuit gave way to more sinister dangers. Twisted creatures that seemed drawn to the ring's power, attacking under cover of darkness with silent, single-minded determination. Neither hobbit nor orc recognized these assailants. Not orcs or wargs or any known species of Middle-earth, but something altogether alien, with too many limbs and eyes like wells of liquid night. On the seventh day, as they camped beneath the skeletal branches of a lone tree in the otherwise featureless grasslands, a figure approached from the west. Tall and robed in shimmering blue, he carried a staff of polished white wood crowned with a sapphire that glowed with inner fire. His beard was iron grey, his eyes the color of storm clouds over distant mountains. "Gandalf," Frodo whispered in awe, recognizing the wizard from descriptions in his ancestors' journals. "Gandalf the Grey returned to the uttermost west long ago," the figure corrected, his voice resonant with power. "I am LOTR, known to some as Gandalf the Blue. I've been watching your progress with great interest. Frodo Bolsero, unexpected bearer of the Sentinel Star." Darin dropped to one knee, head bowed. "Blue Wizard," he acknowledged. "The tales of your wisdom traveled even to the darkest corners of Mordor." LOTR studied the unlikely pair with ancient eyes that seemed to see far more than physical forms. An interesting fellowship forms in these latter days. The descendant of ring-bearers and the son of Mordor's captain, united by an artifact that predates both your lineages. He turned his attention to the ring in Frodo's palm. "Undrain, the warning it shows is no mere possibility, but a certainty already unfolding. The Shadow Lord stirs in his ancient prison, reaching through weakened barriers between worlds. The opal you bear is both key and lock. It can strengthen those barriers, or it can shatter them completely." "How do I use it?" Frodo asked, his small voice steady despite his fear. The wizard's expression grew grave. "That is the cruel paradox, young hobbit. The ring's power can only be fully awakened through sacrifice, the willing surrender of innocence to darkness. It was designed thus to prevent it from being used lightly." He knelt before Frodo, bringing their eyes level. The Shadow Lord can only be defeated by one whose heart remains uncorrupted, even after touching the void. That is why it chose you, a hobbit, whose kind proved resistant to the One Ring's influence. But my ancestor was corrupted in the end, Frodo protested. He claimed the ring at Mount Doom, yet he retained enough goodness that mercy stayed Gollum's hand until the critical moment, LOTR countered. The blood of Baggins runs true in you, Frodo Bolsero. The question is whether you possess the strength to walk a path even more perilous than your namesakes, to face not just corruption, but willing sacrifice. Night deepened around them as Frodo contemplated the wizard's words. The opal ring pulsed in his hand like a second heart, its light illuminating the faces of his unlikely companions, an orc seeking redemption and a wizard returned from the mysterious east. In his mind's eye, he saw again the Shadow Army and its crowned commander, but now the vision extended further, showing the green hills of the Shire withering beneath that terrible advance. "What must I do?" he asked finally. LOTR rose, his blue robes rippling like water in the ring's opalescent light. "We journey to the Sea of Rune, where the boundaries between worlds grow thin. There, in the ruins of an empire older than Numenor, we will find the Gateway of Stars, the threshold where the Shadow Lord first entered our world and where he might be banished again." The wizard's eyes reflected the countless stars above. "But first, young guardian, you must master the ring's power and prepare your heart for the darkness to come. For unlike your ancestors' burden, this ring demands not that you resist corruption, but that you endure it and find your way back to the light." As dawn broke over the eastern horizon, Frodo Bolsero II, reluctant diplomat turned unlikely guardian, gazed down at the shifting colors of the opal ring. Within its depths, he caught glimpses of possible futures branching like lightning across storm clouds, triumph and despair, sacrifice and salvation, all balanced on the edge of a choice he had yet to make. Behind him, the lonely mountain receded into the distance, no longer his pursuer but a silent witness to the beginning of a journey that would test not just his courage, but the very essence of his soul. Story 6. The unseasonable storm had raged for 3 days across the western borders of the Shire, a peculiar tempest that brought neither the gentle patter of spring showers nor the cooling relief of summer rain, but rather winds that seemed to whisper ancient words and lightning that carved glyphs into the midnight sky. On the 4th morning, as the first tentative rays of sunlight pierced the retreating storm clouds, Hamfast Gamgee stood in his garden, surveying the damage with hands planted firmly on his hips. "Most peculiar weather," he muttered, nudging a fallen branch with his bare, hair-covered foot. "But not natural at all, if you ask me." Hamfast was a hobbit of simple pleasures, a well-tended garden, a hearty meal, and perhaps a pipe of old Toby beneath the stars. Unlike some of his more adventurous relations, he had never yearned for excitement beyond the rolling hills of Hobbiton, but fate, it seemed, had other plans on this particular morning. As he bent to retrieve a fallen trellis, his fingers brushed against something solid beneath the rain-soaked soil, something that rang with a clear, high note when struck. Curiosity piqued. Hamfast dropped to his knees and began to dig, his gardener's hands moving with practiced precision. What emerged from the earth was unlike anything he had ever seen. A harp of silver and pale wood that seemed to glow with an inner light. Its frame was carved with intricate patterns of leaves and stars, and strings that appeared to be woven from moonlight stretched taut across its face. "Now, what might you be?" Hamfast whispered, reaching out with trembling fingers to touch one of the luminous strings. The note that rang forth was not merely sound, but vision, a resonance that pierced the veil between worlds. In that moment, Hamfast saw a hidden valley where trees with eyes and gnarled limbs walked among silver-barked saplings that swayed with feminine grace. The Ents and their long-lost Entwives reunited at last in a sanctum beyond the reach of the changing world. The vision faded, leaving Hamfast gasping on his knees in the mud of his own garden. But something had changed. A knowledge now resided within him, a melody that hummed beneath his thoughts like a forgotten lullaby. 3 nights later, they came for him. Hamfast was awakened by a cold that seemed to seep into his very bones. Standing in the doorway of his bedroom were 3 tall figures cloaked in grey. Their faces were hidden in shadow, but their voices, when they spoke, were like dry leaves scraping across stone. "Where is the awakener?" they hissed in unison. "Where is the key that sings?" Hamfast, trembling beneath his quilts, knew instinctively they sought the harp. Fear clutched at his heart, but something deeper, a courage he didn't know he possessed, made him shake his head. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said, his voice steadier than he felt. One of the figures glided forward, a pale hand extending from voluminous sleeves. "The whisperers hear all untruths, halfling. We smell the echo of the song upon you." The hand was inches from Hamfast's face when a blinding light filled the room, followed by the clear ring of a blade being drawn. A lithe figure stood in the window, silhouetted against the night sky. A woman with pointed ears visible through cascading silver-black hair, her eyes reflecting starlight. "Get back, shadowlings!" she commanded, her voice like water over stones. "This one is under my protection now." The whisperers hissed in unison, recoiling from the light emanating from the jewel upon her brow. "Ithilwyn half-elven," they rasped. "The Master has spoken your doom. Your interference changes nothing. The valleys will be found. The power will be his." "Not while I draw breath," Ithilwyn replied, stepping forward with her blade held high. What followed was a blur of motion and shadow. When it ended, the whisperers were gone, leaving behind only a lingering chill and the faint scent of decay. Ithilwyn turned to the wide-eyed hobbit. "Pack what you can carry, Master Hamfast. We must leave before they return in greater numbers." "Leave?" Hamfast sputtered. "I can't just leave. This is my home. And who are you? How do you know my name?" The half-elf's expression softened slightly. "I am Ithilwyn, guardian of the forgotten songs. I know your name because it has been woven into the melody of fate. The harp you found, the Rivendell, it has chosen you, though I know not why." She glanced toward the window. "I can explain more, but not here. Not now. They will return, and next time I may not be able to drive them away." Before dawn, Hamfast found himself doing something he never imagined, leaving the Shire with nothing but a pack of hastily gathered provisions, the mysterious harp, wrapped in cloth and strapped to his back, and a half-elven warrior as his guide. "Where are we going?" he asked as they crossed the Brandywine Bridge under cover of early morning mist. "To find the lost valleys before the Whisperers and their master do," Ithilwyn replied. "They are sanctuaries of ancient magic, sealed away when the world began to forget the old ways. The songs that can awaken them were scattered, hidden in artifacts like your harp. But why would anyone want to find them? And who is this master the Whisperers spoke of?" Ithilwyn's face darkened. "Adri. They serve a power older than memory, a sorcerer who once walked among the Maiar but fell into shadow long before Sauron's rise. He seeks to drain the magic that still runs in the hidden places of Middle-earth to fuel his own dark ambitions." Their journey took them through lands Hamfast had heard of only in tales, across the weathered ruins of Arnor, through the misty foothills of the Etten Moors, and into the shadow of the Misty Mountains. Along the way, Ithilwyn taught Hamfast how to coax melodies from the Rivendell. each new song revealing fragments of the path they must follow. It was in the ancient fortress of Carn Dûm, while sheltering from a blizzard, that they encountered Thorin III Stonehelm, son of Dain, king under the mountain. The dwarf prince was leading a small company in search of an ancient dwarven artifact said to have been lost in the fortress's depths. The helm of Durin's first father, Thorin explained, his breath misting in the cold air of the ruined hall where they made camp. It is said to have been forged with enchantments that allow the wearer to hear the Song of Stone, to know its secrets and its sorrows. "And why would you seek such a thing?" Ithilwyn asked, her voice carefully neutral. Thorin's bearded face grew solemn. "For too long, my people have delved too deeply and with too much greed. We have broken what should have been cherished, all for the glitter of mithril and the gleam of gold." He looked up, meeting Ithilwyn's gaze. "I would use it to find the places where the harmony between dwarf and stone has been broken, and mend what can be mended." Something in his words resonated with the melody that had been building in Hamfast's mind since he first touched the harp. Without consciously deciding to do so, the hobbit reached for the lirantel and played a brief sequence of notes. The air shimmered, and suddenly the crumbling walls of Carn Dûm were overlaid with ghostly images, dwarves and elves working side by side, shaping stone and singing in harmony as they raised the fortress in an age when the stars were younger. Thorin gasped, tears forming in his eyes. You are a song weaver." From that night forward, their paths became one. Thorin found his helm, a simple circlet of ancient make that nonetheless hummed with power, and with it he could hear the echoes of the lirantel's music in the very stone beneath their feet, guiding them ever closer to the first of the lost valleys. The whisperers dogged their steps, joined now by creatures of shadow and malice, corrupted beasts with too many limbs and eyes that glowed with hatred. Each confrontation left them more battered, and Hamfast began to understand that the price of their quest might be measured in blood. It was Ithilwyn who finally revealed the full truth, as they stood on a high pass overlooking a mist-shrouded valley deep in the roots of the northern mountains. "The magic that sustains Middle-earth is fading," she said softly. "Each age, it grows weaker as the world of men rises and the other races diminish. The lost valleys are the last wellsprings of the old power, hidden away, not just to protect them, but to preserve what remains of the magic that once flowed freely through all lands. And this sorcerer, he would drain even that?" Thorin asked. Ithilwyn nodded. "He believes that by absorbing the power of the valleys, he can ascend to godhood, can reshape Middle-earth as he sees fit." "Then we must stop him," Hamfast said simply, with all the straightforward courage of his kind. What he didn't yet understand was that finding the valleys was only the beginning of their trial. The final valley, the one they now looked upon, held the last of the Ents and Entwives, guardians of a power so ancient it predated even the coming of the elves to Middle-earth. But to awaken it required more than just the song of the lirantel or the resonance of Durin's helm. It required a sacrifice. As they descended into the valley, the mists parted to reveal a grove of trees unlike any Hamfast had ever seen. Trees that turned to watch their approach with eyes ancient and wise. Trees that spoke in voices like the creaking of great boughs in a winter storm. "Long has it been since the small ones walked these paths," rumbled the eldest of the Ents, his bark face weathered by countless seasons. "And never before has one carried the lirantel." The revelation came in the heart of the grove, beneath stars that seemed close enough to touch, to restore the fading magic of Middle-earth. One of them would have to remain in the valley forever, becoming its anchor and guardian. "It should be me," Thorin said immediately. "My people have taken much from the world. Let a son of Durin give back what was lost." "No," Ithilwyn countered. "I'm already half removed from the mortal world. The transition would be easier for me." But Hamfast, looking at the Lirantell in his hands, knew the truth. The harp had chosen him for a reason. "It must be me," he said quietly. "I'm the one who found the harp. I'm the one who can play the final song." Both his companions protested, but in their hearts, they knew he was right. The magic recognized Hamfast, saw in his humble gardener's soul the perfect keeper for its power. On the night of the full moon, as the Whisperers and their master's forces gathered at the valley's edge, Hamfast stood in the center of the grove and began to play the Lirantell one final time. The melody rose from his fingers as if it had always been there, waiting to be released. A song of growing things, of earth and water, of starlight and deep roots. As he played, light began to spiral around him, connecting him to the earth and sky. The trees of the grove swayed in time with his music, and the very air seemed to vibrate with awakening power. Outside the valley, Ithilwyn and Thorin fought side by side against the encroaching shadows, buying time for the ritual to complete. The sorcerer himself appeared, a figure of terrible beauty and ancient malice, but the combined power of elven blade and dwarven hammer held him at bay. Inside the grove, Hamfast's song reached its crescendo. The hobbit felt himself becoming something other than flesh, a being of light and melody, a guardian spirit that would watch over the valley for ages to come. His last mortal thought was of his garden in the Shire, of the simple joy of coaxing life from soil. It seemed fitting that his final act would be to tend a garden greater than any he could have imagined. The light surged, and throughout Middle-earth, those with eyes to see witnessed a momentary brightening of the stars. In hidden glens and forgotten groves, beneath mountains and in deep forests, magic stirred and remembered itself. And in a valley that could no longer be found on any map, a hobbit gardener who had become something more smiled as he felt the first whispers of new magic flowing outward to nourish a world that had been slowly forgetting how to dream. In years to come, travelers would sometimes speak of music heard on the wind in certain remote places, a melody that brought peace and a strange sense of hope. And in the Shire, hobbit children would tell tales of Hamfast the gardener who went away to tend the gardens of the gods. Few would ever know how close their world had come to losing its last enchantment, or the true cost of its preservation. But Thorin III, who returned to his mountain halls with wisdom beyond his years, and Ithilwyn, who became a wanderer and keeper of ancient lore, never forgot the courage of Hamfast Gamgee, the humble hobbit who saved the Song of Middle-earth.